Hi, how is today going, bros? Probably much better now that I went live and you get to watch Canister underscore MTG's content, which is going to be of Amulet variety today. And now I will play Gachimushi sound. That is going to be unrelated to what I was just saying. Pretty quiet. Not even a tee. It is a t-shirt. Amulet is good this time for sure. Well, this time it is. No cap. New technology, sideboarding, actual good lists are out there because I'm working on them, which typically I don't. So then people play shit lists that are just unfathomably, just inexplicably terrible. You can now set a goal on Twitch itself. Interesting. Did I see the new Amulet staple? Hit me. Hello, Mr. Canister. Thank you for streaming. Thanks. Sure. Just curious, are you playing in Paris next month? I will not be playing, but it appears that if everything goes right, I will be commentating over Paris. But I don't know the exact venue yet either. So I can't help you with that. Leyline bonding.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Smile.
This is actually good in 4-color. Is this a mythic? It's a rare. It can't be a mythic, right? But in 4-color, it's a 2 mana flash, exile anything. If you sneak a black Triumph, it's a 1 mana exile Murktide Regent. This is actually a pretty powerful card, honestly. Like, it does have meaningful upsides over Prismatic Ending, namely that it's actually cheap. It's like reverse Prismatic Ending. Like, Prismatic Ending is flexible with the although a bit inefficient, with the upside being that it's a removal on turn 1. And this is like a Prismatic Ending that is flexible, but it shines past turn 3. Scratching my head over this turn, the earth in the sideboard. What is it for? It's a living end hate card. It's kinda sucks against Boseiju. Yeah, not the best against Boseiju, but can hit Planeswalkers. It's instant speed. I mean, I wouldn't say Boseiju wrecks it, Boseiju counters it, but you know, Boseiju is like trades a card. Although it can be a bit stinky if you leyline binding a Ren. I can see this replacing March of Otherworldly Light. It's a bit different cards. Literally the only upside of March of Otherworldly Light. The card is real, but the only upside of March is that exiles Urza's Saga for white mana. Nie, zrzucaj. Not Prismatic Ending. Well, I think Prismatic Ending is a removal spell that's good, but has many flaws. But literally the only good thing about March is that it exiles Urza's Saga for white, and that's it. But this is an instant speed exile anything for 1 or 2 mana. Shrine any hits turn 1 Ragavan, so it's better. It is, of course, always looming that you just can't afford to play 2 mana removal in the format of Modern because it's the Ragavan is existing, so you need to play it on top of the requisite amount of turn 1 removal. But I think this is gonna see play in 4 color. Why do you have to play one or the other ending in this question mark? Well, you can play mix, of course. You can play like removal has diminishing returns. I'll even play another off-color Triumph and Blue-Eye to fit this in TBH. So you'd have 4 colors or 5 total in your deck. Like play Esper Triumph, the Raw Green Triumph and a Breeding Pool for Kahira. I can see that. This is real powerful. When they spoiled it? Yesterday? Soon buffing Rutwola, 2 mana 2/2, 4 mana. Becomes +1/+1 for each basic land. Okay. Oh, it's O-Ring for flash for 1 mana. Shield Wall Sentinel. Another defender card. Whoa, 7 mana, 7/7 trample, gain 5. Insane. Phyrexian Warhorse. Mara was teasing for a Phyrexian horse to show up. Does that look like a horse? Looks like a dog. Maybe it does look like a horse. Could say rider if you pay white. You sacrifice and grows, sure. August 24, Dominaria United. Aaron, Benalia's Ruin, Phyrexian Human, Menace, 2 mana tap, sacrifice another creature, put a counter on each creature control. Whatever. Vesuvian Duplimance, 4 mana, whenever you cast a spell that targets only a single artifact or creature you control, create a token as a copy. Okay. Cool. Hello friends, no co tam, jak tam? O? Valiant Veteran, other soldiers you control get +1/+1. So, soldier tribal, nice. The soldiers. Let's go formats. I guess like Pioneer because it's not a modern card. Type line. Soldier. Price sticks. Brutal Cathar is a soldier. Lavinia. Sunlit Hoplet. Kition. Kudrov Dranif. This makes tokens. Yeah. Bros. Actually, this could fit into a human deck in Pioneer. Given how many of them are soldiers, but not all of them, so probably it doesn't. Wow, this is a soldier too? So it's Thalia, Thalia's Loitant, Kition, Brutal Cathar, Sangol Sentinel, I guess. But doesn't seem like the 1-drops are. Hazda Marshal. Trab Inspector is a soldier. Really is a soldier. It's an inspector. Oh, I can play Stone Shield Mate. Down to Vanguard. Alright, I envision this card to not fit into much spaces, although maybe the Pioneer deck. You gain life, you gain that much. +1 instead. Wait, but then you still gain life, so you still gain that much life +1 instead. And then it still should apply because you still gain life, so you gain that much life +1 instead. This seems like this recursively just gives you infinite life with any life gain effect. This is pretty strong for a 2-drop. Damn, they probably omitted that again. Like with auto targeting opponent's creatures. Reef, Liberated Primeval. Is there gonna be a 10-ep card? Probably not. This card is interesting because it's like a sprite dragon that does not require blue. It does not have flying, but trample is fairly similar on a creature that is supposedly growing very, very big. And this is actually pretty big upside from like upgrade from the last time we've seen this. 4 mana, 2/3 with the same effects. Pyroceratops, same. So I could see playing you in Heroic in Pioneer. So this is a heroic creature that does not does not need to be targeted, which is pretty good. Sprite Dragon is better than Shredder Fight Me. Interesting. Choda the Unifier, 5 mana rainbow. Legendary choose control, get +X/+X. Alright, it's a commander. Tatiova, Steward of Tedious. Land creatures control have flying, okay. Whenever a land enters battlefield under control, you control 7 or more lands up to the end becomes 3/3 with haste forever, okay. It will replace the 2 mana haste one. Yeah. Could be. Drawing too many heroic creatures is a little bit bad. Although I enjoy the haste ability, at least like the first 2 copies of the haste man, but I probably would replace 2 of them with the infantry, yeah. Well, the Haster's Cry is better if you draw exactly 1, but that's like that's the premise of heroic creatures, and having 2 on board is just useless. So I think the prowess or pseudo prowess creatures are very valuable in that way. So, in ideal scenario, you have one 10th Legion 10th District Legionnaire and 1 Electrostatic Infantry, and all of your spells grow both, right? And if you draw 2 Legionnaires, then you just grow 1. And you still scry in that scenario. Rivas of the Claw. Menace at 2
He's
mana
a
for
phenomenal
dragons.
control player.
We cast Dragon through your graveyard.
Titano Primordial.
Indeed. Whenever you cast a dragon creature spell from your graveyard, it gets exiled. Okay. It perpetually gains. I forgot to put that line on. I will need to get the Reef for my dragon collection. Balmor Battle Match Captain, you are 1/3. When you cast instant or sorcery, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain trample until end of turn. This is interesting, but typically you're not going to have many. Dragon collection, you mean Dragon EDH deck? I don't have an EDH deck, but I have a... I have a binder with a dragon collection which contains Planar Chaos Dragons, Nicol Bolas Dragons, Zekama and Gisha, even though they're dinosaurs and not dragons. Contains Ambush, which I showed you that one time. Some random dragons, and a Dovenban with his emblem, which is not a dragon, but it fits. And this page is actually waifu cards instead of dragons, including the Hurlon Minotaur, which I also like. And here there is more random dragons. Sheet prints of them too, which makes me enjoy them more. And this card, which I just enjoy. It's 2-0 and says buries 1 wall for red mana. You don't make cards like this anymore. So this looks like interesting with Young Pyromancer, but also in theory, not really in practice. You're not gonna have a white board if you have an instant, if you have like a cantrip deck, so. Have a binder of nice cards too, including a Bonfire of Them signed by Kibler. Very nice. Was that after he got bonfired? Spooky artwork on this. Bright's Frightful Return. You may sacrifice a creature if you do each opponent discards a card. Return 10 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Target opponent, some might do something. If they don't, not reading that seems weak, but nice artwork. This card seems actually kind of insane to me. It's not insane because it is a creature you can kill, but it seems really good for elves. Which still does not mean that you can play a tribal deck in Modern, because removal is too good and your 1-drops are just cards that trade 1 for 1 for removal. I think this is like really strong, but for the tribal decks, I think I said that the other day, that for tribal decks to be powerful and modern, I think they would need at this point some sort of a sticky 1-drop. But is this card better or worse than Glimpse of Nature in elves? Like in modern elves as of now. Ward effect? Yeah, well, something like that. I would be thinking like 1 mana 1/1 makes a 1/1 token of the given tribe, and that's like something that matches up well against Ragavan, and it's sticky. Like 1 mana 1/1 ward 1 doesn't really do anything because it still has to trade with Ragavan, and it also say this is worse than Glimpse. Well, Glimpse was pretty bad, so you can company into it though. Which company is a strong card, and then it's kind of a strong hit. People used to play the 2 mana, the green lord 2 mana 1/1 earlier. Elvish Clan Caller, which searched for copies of itself. Not sure it was Clan Caller. Yeah, it was Clan Caller. This card seems so much better. Don't they anymore? Well, I haven't seen an elf deck in a while, so that's why I said that in past tense. What's the most elves card to search? Which every elves deck is gonna play. No model results in last 3 months from Elvish Clan Caller. Its name, I guess Heritage Druid. That's, I assume every elves deck is gonna play. Elvish. No, Heritage Druid. Yeah, a bit more. Kolari Elves in Grand Open Qualifier. 3/6. Well. It's just such a horror to like, it does not do anything about the fact that when your opponent leads Spirebluff Canal Ragavan, you have no counterplay. And you can't play removal. You're a tribal deck. There's no company in this deck too for card advantage. There's 2 Shriek Moths. This deck seems pretty bad, but company card, Craterhoof, Ashaya, Beast Whisperer. Return target creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. If the spell was kicked, you gain life. Otherwise, you lose life. I searched for Heritage Druid, all I got was Neo Brandy Doghouse 2. The Doghouse 2. Lantern Control. Don't you know that uh, endurance looping is a more effective way of winning now? And you should use the Professor Onyx. Actually, Reservoir is probably the best, but... Damn, the Fire X and Fire Ajani just said, then they kill off Jaya. And like War of the Spark, no one died. It's big event. Read flavor text and try not cry challenge. Jaya did not want to die, but of all the things to die for, Dominaria felt right. I crunch rather than die than cry. Endurance looping even better, you lose to graveyard hate, such as you can get Leyline, which is unfortunate, but it takes just many less slots in your deck, so it is better. You get to play Serum Visions or more Veil of Summer main deck to find the combo or to protect it more so. All'inizio del tuo sottofase finale, se controlli una creatura con forza superiore alla sua forza base, crea una pedina creatura soldato 1/1 bianca. At the end of your turn, if you control a creature with power greater than its base power, make a soldier, ok. Garna, pugno sanguino di Keld. Ognica volta un'altra creature che controlli muore, pesca una carta se era attaccante. Altrimenti Garna, pugno sanguino di Keld infligge 1 danno a ogni avversario. Each time another creature you control dies, draw a card. If it was attacking, afterwards Garna deals 1 damage to an opponent. It was attacking? The G is silent, okay. Arna, Bloodfist of Keld. Wait, this card is sick. Jenson Carthalion Druid Exile? Oh wait, it's Commandore. 5, add 5. Wow, useless ability. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, scry 1. If that spell was all colors, create a angel. Wow. Wait, it's a 2 mana card. Falahel Firefarer, 2 green. Is all colors. This ability doesn't affect its color identity. Fucking insane rules. Multicolored spells you cast have Convoke. In parentheses, it does not affect their color identity. Flying Death Touch Lifelink. This is a Commander card too, right? Yeah. The legend rule doesn't apply to tokens you control. Yeah, sure, bro. Creep Creature has trample and has trample. And whenever it deals damage, create that many trample tokens. Insane. Alright, bro, let's move to gaming, but first let's go sprouting Trinax. It's a common creature. Green. It's 1 or 2 mana. Green, red, or black. Newer than 08. It can be land or elf because it's newer than 08. Do I think treasure tokens are overdone? Maybe a bit. So, Diagraph Ghoul. It's a common? No. It's an uncommon. Elvish Mystic. Let's go. Okay, it's a green common creature. Older than M14 and costs 2 mana. Not an elf, not a druid, not a lizard. So it's between M14 and shards. So between M14 and shards, let's name a green 2-drop common from New Phyrexia or M12 or Innistrad. Green 2-drop common creature. Snake with infects. What was the name of it? Blight Mamba. Why does it correct me to Bright Mamba? Oh, I remember this played in Modern Infects sometimes. Very early. Mayor of Avabrook is a rare, it does not work. Oh, okay. So it's either a Phyrexian or a snake. So I guess it's a snake. From between this and this. A common 2-drop common snake. There's probably a snake in Innistrad. Ambush Viper, it was in Innistrad, right? Or like in a corset. Yeah. Ambush Viper. Damn. Nice, bros. In 4 guesses. We got there. Got lucky with hitting the type on the Blight Mamba. How many snakes are there in Magic though? It's a pretty large amount at common, I guess. It's also like a type that's mostly at common because you just make a generic death touch creature out of it. For limited, they're not the super rare Commandore. How many snakes are there in Magic chat? Type your guesses. $76. I'm guessing 40. 110. But this doesn't count. This is alchemy. And this doesn't count. So it's a bit less. Snake Dragon, sure. Gravebreaker Lambia, this is a snake. How many Nagas? How many snakes plus Nagas are there? Cassetto, Orochi Archmage. Cassetto, what a name. Target can be blocked this turn if it's a snake. This +2/+2. Insane. Not funny. Why doesn't it remove the alchemy cards? What the fuck? Why is this card buffed? Such an odd thing to do. It costs 1 less mana. But it's a 2 mana 2/2. So it's. Why is it buffed? They expect it to become constructed strong after this buff. Hey Kanik, yesterday I tried Kratos Amulet with the cyber I told you a few days ago. I lost to living end and just get control. Yeah, with living end it can you can lose sometimes. I like they spend the resources to buff unplayable cards to being still unplayable and then never buff them again. It is odd. Because I just don't understand the like reasoning here. It's not much resources to like make that card cost one less, but it's still so weird that this particular card garnered attention. Maybe they have some data that points to it being really popular among casual arena players. Hornet Cobra. Wow. What a concept. China only deck that was standard legal for some reason with Muyan Link. This. Prince Global Series, Yang Yangu and Muyan Link. Were there any more global series or is it a just series with just one entrance? It's pretty limited series, I think. Colorful Face Sparrow. Purple Crystal Crab. If it was released in China, why isn't it in Chinese? If it was released specifically for China, why is it like in English? Wouldn't that make more sense? Am I being stupid to think that? Grabs like 50 ticks. Does not. Unless it doesn't check. No, there's no price ticket. Okay, there is a Chinese version. No, it was legal in standard in general. I think. It was legal in standard overall. You could play Muyan Link. Nine-tail White Fox. Because it draws cards. Rhythmic Water Vortex. Damn. Return 2 creatures, search for Muyan Link. Alright, we're gonna go gaming because I'm not gaming for a long time again. So LFG go. We have such powerful staple as Turn the Earth in the sideboard, and we have Arboreal Grazer in the main deck, a card that proved itself to be very powerful. Modern Qualifier. Interesting. Hey, hey, hey. An interesting spoiler for Amulet so far. I have not seen anything. Amulet has a fairly high bar for a card being interesting in it. Well, either a high bar or it's a random, like, high cost green creature, and then you can be interested about it regardless of whether it's good or not. But for like cards that actually make the cut, it's a bit of a high bar. Deck is very tight. It's more likely to be a land, I think, than a spell. Is Once Upon a Time still too good for modern? I probably. Would be really good in Amulet. Replace the medium slot, last medium slots with 4 or 2 us, and you have such a nicely consistent deck. I have 32 lands because I also have Henware, which is not on. But also it doesn't really like matter as you have enough lands. What turn the earth is for living end? You guessed it right. I play Ragavan. So I can get spell pierce if I play this, so let's not play this. Let's get the forest and play the rot farm. Make sure that if I draw a castle I can't use it. Oh, I'm ledging shredding. Oh. Am I iterating? Sure. They could hit a bubble and have Delirium ready for the Titan to kill it. But otherwise, we just gonna... Okay, well, they did. He's still gonna get Bog, I guess, regardless. The first Titan. Yeah. Maybe it's a time to resolve a pact this turn. Have 4 mana, 5, 6 mana, 10 on the next turn. So I think I should pact for So if they spell Pierce and I let it go and I packed again for the Titan number 2 and yeah. Yeah, I should pact. I think. You also play the Colossus, but that's mostly not so good. Doesn't feel so good. So yeah, absolutely expecting to get an Oli Eat It. So I don't want to pick up the Bog. I think I will choose to get Bog and T-West or Radiant Fountain. Although there is upsides to getting a bounce land if I want to prepare for a Titan on the for the Colossus, maybe to have the ability to Colossus. So I could get Growth Chamber pickup or something. I could
He's
get
a
a Saga
phenomenal
too.
control player.
That's probably not real. Getting a Saga. No, I'm definitely getting a Bojuka Bog. So I don't get two Sagas. I'm wondering about the second land. Thank you, Api Laskovsky, for your 5th month of supportage. Tolaria West. Urza Saga. Radiant Fountain. They have to give haste next turn. I will not give haste next turn. I have packed that. I think I'll get T-West. This is something that I will get at some point, likely, so it just is useful. Land drop, you could have hasted with Vestige, right? Yes, but there is 0% chance my Titan survives. My point at Delirium, obviously they're going to Unholy Heat it. So you would just be wasting, and this way they don't no longer have Deliriums. The second Titan is going to survive. Oh, that's a big one. Big Shredder. Sorry, land that allows Titan to enter the battlefield with a counter, so it is above the heat. Not really. Not that I know of. Like Cavern of Souls, but as a counter. Honestly, like I proposed a design at one time, I remember on the stream. Since we already have Cavern of Souls, I was thinking that we also should have Cavern of Flesh, which would grant the creature indestructible. So, you know, like Cavern of Souls can counter, Cavern of Flesh, indestructible. Would be the idea. To tie that thematically. Its name. Dryad? Going to get Growth Chamber, the promo one. They still have 7 cards in hand. This is insane. I guess they iterated twice. And going to Vesuva, copy Bojuka Bog. Going to exile their graveyard and return the Vesuva Bog to my hand. Can resolve the Summoner's Pact freely here because they can have a Spell Pierce, unfortunately. But the Titan shouldn't die easily, so I'll watch them consider away a creature and then bobble hit again, fetch, whatever, kill the Titan, don't care. Or even bother graveyard hating. Bold face. Bobble. Yeah, it seems like panic. Conniving. Oh, they shredder is a 5/7. Annoyingly. So maybe dragon casting will happen. Feels like. Then I will Summoner's Pact. Oh yeah, 4 card types. Okay, kill Titan. It's fucking obscene, bros. At least they tap out, so. Read the file just dropped. Send a link instead of beating around the bush then. She shallow. Good thing I drew that second pact because otherwise I would have struggled to win. Is there Arashid's Kayasan? I don't know, I don't need it. Where's my opponent's life points? They're going to melt away real quickly. So you can kill the creatures for lulz. Was the T-West search correct? With the power of hindsight? Seemed okay. I needed to top deck the thing this turn though. Alright, so on the draw, we are going to employ the strategy of Hydroid Crassusing. We've seen a DCR in the graveyard. Gonna cut the Castle Jarenbrig, Expedition map. For Urza Saga on the draw. AT West. I'm gonna play 29 lands because I don't care about anything. Now the dismembers. Opponent doesn't know that concede is an option. Well, maybe they do, but why would they feel pressured into conceding? So 4 mana 4 for the Defile ability, and when you cast a red permanent spell, deal 1 damage to any target. Any target? That's pretty interesting, actually. Seems pretty powerful. You can cast Goblin Guides and ping your opponent for 1. Or their creatures. Don't I think 2 Golgari Rot Farms are too many? No, I play 3 myself. Why would it be so many? I want a certain amount of bounce lands in my deck, right? There is only up to 4 copies of Growth Chamber I can play, and then does my deck have more ways to spend red mana or black mana? It's black mana, right? Culture of activating cat battlements can sometimes be important, but closer to 4 rot farm, 1 to Urf than less rot farms. I have absolutely no use for white mana. I guess I have explosives, but it's not really the use. Uptown bros. But it's not just how many pips you have of each color, it should be weighted by how important is it to be able to play those costs. Yeah, it is. That's why I play more rot farms. Yes, it is more often important to pay black for this member. Because when you draw it and you often will have spare mana, you will happily just take 2 less damage or even 4 less damage if you can. While ooh, Dash Ragavan, damn. Hasting with Grultur happens rarely, but I am happy having a second one because it sometimes is desirable. Alright, if they want to dash again, then let them dash. Too awkward not to. Hi Kaneki. Glad you're back to playing the best deck. I'm glad too. Did my TOS. Very not unkind of my opponent. Those post-board spell pierces. Because Amulet, they always make me wonder what goes through the mind of that individual. What the fuck? I guess this situation comes through mind, but the card is so not that good. Well, they didn't dash on turn 3 to hold up I fought counter spell, but they had 2 spell pierces instead. I don't know. For the most part, would just play it myself, but now they're going to exile the pierces to play dragon and punish me. Nice. And by nice I mean I'm fucked. Chose slowest. I think it's already on my account, on the account. Okay, I died to counter spell now. But if they don't have counter spell for some reason, I would just better off playing the Dryad, right? Because I have Valakuts. Strong. So on the play, need the dismember much less because not many people play haste anymore. Not many people play Magus anymore. So honestly, I just have 3 sagas on the play. I mean, they probably shouldn't have dashed turn 1, turn 2. I don't know why they dashed. And I please place my card in a box and mail it to United States. I provide address and compensate you for the trouble. No. I will keep my card, thank you. Thank you for your generous offer. So it's better to play Amulet on turn 1, I assume. What's the benefits of having the Grazer? I guess the Grazer is there to block, but they already showed me that they're a Spell Pierce gamer. They have a random Essential, maybe better to not name Dryad, because they won't be able to counter it anyways, so. Might be just worth to play Grazer Rot Farm of 6 mana. Or I could keep this in hand. Keep in hand is probably better. So maybe I want to cycle Explore to know what to name of the cavern. Or if I draw a Saga is also good. Let's cycle Explore. Keep but Explore first, no. What? I want me to explore it before I play the Dryad? What is the benefit of that though? I don't think there is. I guess if I draw a second Amulet, then I don't have anything to do with that. So is it better to play the Grazer on the next turn? You're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, you're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the same mana, right? It's +1 mana on the next turn. So I should be able to play Krasis with X6 on the next turn. Did chatting get removed? No, you broke it. Unfortunately, well, we're gonna have the cavern, so we're gonna draw 3 cards. It's a fine Krasis. Oh no, it's Ledger Shredder. You're gonna play Explosives on 0. They look like the type. This type to board Explosives and Spell Pierces. Okay, not what I expected, but it is a plan against my 2 pacts. Connive a bubble, yeah, sure. Probably keep Bounce Law in hand. Didn't get to read your Amulet guide yet. It's because it's not written yet, but yeah, they can just deal 6 to anything nowadays. I drew 2 lands and an Azusa. So I will struggle against Blood Moon. Hopefully it won't happen. Oh, yeah, I have the big Krasis against. So it's a 6, so it's not gonna carry though. So don't Blood Moon, bro. Is my ask. Okay, that's not a Blood Moon. That's gonna be an Oli Eat on my Krasis. Red, blue, interesting. Explosives X2. Chatting was from 70V, I think. They got Delirium. Admirable. I added chatting again. Nice attack. Well, it does have to attack. Wasn't it better to have a smaller classes and play Saga? No, I don't think so. I think a priority of mine was to play draw as much as I can with Krasis. The Exploder is also gonna kill their Shredder, which is funny. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana, but I can't pact for a for anything because of the chalice. I can TOS for Valakut. Okay, so I can go Golgari Road Farm, return T-West, transmute for Valakut, play Valakut. Then I have 4 lands, play 2 more lands, get 1 shot, kill the DCR, attack with the Krasis, and Dryad too. Yeah. I mean, I will play the Elder because it's free to play afterwards at the end. Terazusa. So this, so they can double block. Then I attack with ball. They probably jump block the Krasis. No, they take 6 instead. Okay, so I guess they get a connive. So I probably should kill the bear too, because it can just block the Krasis and it's... Like, they need to tap the mana for the explosives anyways. It's kinda close, this kind of iteration. I think if they draw a hit and they don't use this, hit this. Oh, because it connived. Oops. Okay, so I just wasted 3 damage. That was not so good. Hey. I think they can deal with Borden Valakut. It's probably hard for them. But that was not clean for me. Dress down? Odd timing. Alright, I guess. Let's name Giant and shoot them. But it's like, what? Is it bugged? Why do we still deal damage with the Valakut? I mean, we just do. If I attack with everyone, they have heat. No, it's not. They probably don't, but... They spend a bot on this, it doesn't matter. Like, the explosives already put it dead, so... Actually, it is layers, exactly. It is layers. Onions have layers. Ogres have layers. Magic the Gathering rules have layers. Layers have construct token. Crassus dominated this game. Sheesh. Well, that was a good threat to cast. I think my opponent kinda dominated themselves a little bit too, so. Was this meme template, which I never understood, to be frank. Which went, will dominate you, wants to be dominated, and meme. And it was like anime girls with different looks. And I never understood the what's supposed to convey, but I think like the Crassus was not quite dominating. It's kind of unrelated, I guess. Just a neuron activation that a similar word showed up to something I remembered. Did I enjoy the last season of Better Call Saul? I'd never watched that show. I've watched Breaking Bad for the first time last year and I really enjoyed it. So maybe I will watch it at some point. Because most people appear to hold the show in high regard. Watched American Psycho last week. I also watched it recently, and it was like watching many memes in a row because that was like I watched it because I felt alienated when I've seen so many memes of the Batman guy walking and like some bottom text. Did I relate the main character? To an extent. I think I want to get Amulet underneath counter spell this game. I might make a construct and bounce back the saga on the next turn. And it's so bad. But I guess let's go slower. One sand is not so fast either. No cavern. We'll like want to double amulet, play 2 threats in a single turn. Idly win with Colossus this game as I'm super flooded. Super flooded. Has anyone ever told you what deck they are on? But then they lie and say different deck. That has not happened to me, I think. I don't remember anything like that happening. But that would be very twisted. I was a kid when I watched the prequels, so they're good, yeah. I was a kid when Jar Jar Binks by accident was like wrapped a blaster around his leg and like shot down dozens of droids, and then he got a medal for being excellent at war, but he was actually just clumsy. That was so funny. Okay, so Pointless counter spell. God Descent. I think if I bounce the bounce, this is gonna be too slow. Can try to pressure my opponent a bit with 2 constructs to force them to tap down. Worst case, they play iteration next turn. Are my cats haggers? I do hag them. They sometimes don't like it, but often they do. And they come to our bed to sleep when we sleep often, so I wake up with a cat sleeping next to you, like next to your legs or somewhere. Star Wars isn't really sci-fi. Obviously, it is not. For it was widely available knowledge to literally everyone in the age of 2022. Opponent, could you just tap out? They saying they have 7 power, they only had 3 last turn. Bros, the creatures. I kinda got 26 in Copenhagen. Right, I got 34 and I think I'm qualified for Sofia because of you. I don't think there are pass downs. So, sorry. Although maybe there are, and then not sorry. Well, if a source told you there's gonna be pass downs, then you're welcome. I need to make some moves. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. What am I supposed to do? Need an extra Rampini to not... Maybe I was supposed to make a construct play Radiant Fountain pass. Only have 8 mana, not 9. Grazer is plus 3 mana. Pact for baitage. If I pact, my opponent is not compelled to counter it. So they just let it resolve. It was clear that my opponent had counter spell from their earlier move. They have a counter spell. So bad. Well, just think that you're my opponent, Adam, in this spot. And what happens if I have a cavern that I'm holding back? I don't actually threaten to play Cavern Titan, so... It is true in some other spots, but not in this. So if I pact, get Azusa, play Azusa. If my opponent counters Azusa, I'm screwed too. I think I need to draw a Grazer next turn, something like that, and I need their hand not to be drastically better. I should have made a construct then. Need to play the fountain not to die to a bolt. And this game, only Colossus is gonna be able to win it, so... Need to arrange a Colossus situation. My hand is too few effects, too many lands. I might even still die to bolt if they go bolt and connive, so... It's harder for them to do that if I don't make a move. Keanu Reeves is not a good actor, ... Damn. I mean, it's not I forgot, I guess, but... I should have made one. Doesn't make a difference, though. Did I know Will Smith from the Oscars was the original choice for Neo in the Matrix? Sure. Did you know that Kansen Oscar MTG was not an original choice for that role? Okay, so I'm on the play, so we'll keep the Sagsters. New Matrix was bad in my honest opinion. Damn, strong opinion. I hacking love Matrix when they go like slow time and jump around. So good. H stands for humble, Mr. Streamer. Always thought it was honest. YOLO, by the way, imho. Co oznacza internetowy slang? In my humble opinion. Hmm. Have I watched Holy Mountain? I have not. But I've watched Brokeback Mountain. The one with gay cowboys in it. But I don't know about the one you mentioned. Did you and Pan decide what's favorite Titan versus 4-color? Ping with the Crassus and Colossus against the current builds of 4-color with no time warps and ephemerates. I am comfortable playing Titan. The version of the match we played, I think Titan wasn't so good, but now it's fine. What's that? Like, what makes people bored in explosives so much? Just love it in this matchup, and it seems so bad to me. They would want to kill the constructs, but I cut the sagas. They want to explode the amulets. That's terrible. I mean, I guess it's pretty clear what is their desire, but I think the desire is unfounded. Damn, I didn't know there is a pass down in the Copenhagen. There is many pass downs then. At least Louis Del Tour also got top 32. So there is a second pass on too. Oh, 1 mana, you say? Pop, 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 bam, bam, pop, 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 pop. Subtlety me, bro. Where is your subtlety? I have a hot take, guys. Mad Max Fury Road sucked a lot. Damn, I enjoyed that movie a lot. I found it really fun, I will say. And then I watched it with some other people, and they were like, "What the fuck are you showing me? It's a waste of time." And I wanted to show them the movie, saying, "Yeah, it's awesome. You're gonna like it." They're like, "What? I did not like it." It's half 30 lens because 29 is kind of low. I don't know, but I also die when I don't draw. Then enable a Titan. So it was just fun. That's all it was for me. It's not like much more than that, but that was just fun to watch. Bros, you ever watched maybe the Gachi Muchi movies? They're available on YouTube with the porn portion cut out, so we could watch them between the rounds of a challenge once. Because they actually have some nice lore. Blood Moon the Graveyards, I guess looking for land number 2. You find land number 2, Black Suck. Next time you can go Boyuka Bog. Pick up Boyuka Bog, replay Boyuka Bog with Dryad, which seems solid. We're gonna get Unholy Heated, but they will have no spells. Which then they will probably play an iteration, gain Delirium immediately, and it was all for nothing, but... The next turn can Titan if the iteration, so it is actually not for nothing. Post combat. Was bad exploring to bog. I think I would rather play the Dryad. Just want to save the Dryad from the heat now. I don't mind trading. I guess maybe was a better line, yeah. Let's get T-West and a Vesuva copy bog. Deleting sorcery will mean delirium less likely. I'll just say Hateful Eight is an action movie. Not much action. So it's hardly an action movie, right? When all they do is sit in a house. Alright, why even live? Why bother exiling sorcery? If they don't hit Bobble, they will not get Delirium, though. Or if they don't surveil a creature. Only have 8 mana. Interstellar was visually nice, but the script is for babies. I found Interstellar to be interesting to watch, but then at some point the power of love was pulled and was kind of unexpected and jarring. Didn't like that. But it was a fun experience to watch overall. You love. No, love is fine, but just it was like about some like black hole space, like roughly grounded in reality, and then it was like, oh, actually, it's power of love, which was kind of a jarring ending, I would say. And they didn't attack, so I assume no counter Spellerino. No. Let's explore here. Interesting draw. Attack. Let's go, gadget, go. Radiant Fontaine. AC Meek. Return this. Copy Boyuka. Exile your Graveardos. Then play Grove Humber. Pick up West. Transfused West. Pass. When it's the review of new collection. When it's all gonna be revealed. Honestly, I'm kinda think the reviews suck.
I am
I don't know
trying
if
to
they're actually fun
harvest
to
channel
watch.
points. Chat, harvest channel points with me.
Tomorrow is the full set. Damn. Alright, I guess we're gonna do like some. Blue red matchup seems not bad, and I wonder if it's skill issue again. Oh, I think it is still bad, but you have like a relatively cohesive plan, and it's very possible to win, but I don't think it's favored. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's probably better to have it as a land. No. Fall in love. A primeval. The Titan. Don't have anything to grab with no sagas now. A bit awkward. Let's make it this. No point in enabling counter spell. Might as well just win by the Titan attack next turn. My opponent's hand is counter spells. We could work towards Valakut Dryad. Yes, that's why I fetched Valakut. If I get a Dryad, it's gonna kill. No. Single one is enough. Ooh, we won. So yeah, I didn't want to pack to let my opponent do anything, but... Oh, Kratos in 2 draws, 3 draws. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Pretty big Kratos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've been leaving 2 packs lately, and I enjoy just having an enhanced amount of threats in the deck too. 10 good threats. How many Merctites in hand? I would assume 1 Merctite, 2 counterspell in hand. Do I think this is legit? What is legit? Hey Canister, how good is the Folklore matchup with Titan? I think it's close. But the Krasis is pretty good. Guessing this works. I'm sure. It should work. Yeah, the Discord has been on that train since the leak. We are favoring either Agent or Titan of Industry as the shortlist at the moment. Damn. This card is pretty insane. It's probably the best card spoiled so far. I think this is gonna make me play Yorion again at least a few times. It's a fucking removal spell, but it's so good. I mean, is anything else good in the set? So like when they well, alright. What about Unholy Heat? Are there like cards that are worse than Unholy Heat? If cards worse than Unholy Heat will it will follow that there's going to be cards that are better than that. It's possible for a set to exist where Unholy Heat is the best card. Yeah, it's pretty bad against Amulet because of Boseju, though. That's true. Yoran gets the XL to a CMC or less, too. Yeah, I mean, that's a sideboard card. It's fine. Karn is being really underrated, in my opinion. I mean, does seem not exciting. +1 and then 5 times tray cards. That's like pretty nice, but Folklore Music could exile each other enchantments over and over now. Like the Oblivion Ring LSV video. Sholdred the Apocalypse. Current Living Legacy. The World Spell. It's like very generic name. Current makes power sons. They can pay for his -1 ability. Kinda cringe. Read the card. This mana can be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. Simple. This is not a non-artifact spell, so you can spend the mana. Do Painlands change Pioneer at all? They have withheld Brushland and Underground Sea. There's some green-white decks, mainly Boggles. They're not so good into Liliana. That is gonna be showing up for sure, so that's probably not a huge difference. Underground Sea. I guess no immediate decks, but the half of the reason why the allied decks don't exist is because they can, because the mana is bad. So it will definitely introduce some exploration. And then I assume red black is going to play Sulphurous Spring. Alright, so let's look for a card that's better than the Oblivion Ring. This look good. This looks good. This. The new disc. What is disc? People like the thought of this in Red, Black, and Pioneer. It seems kind of weak. Silex, sure. I mean, Silex is a vintage card a bit, but at best though. Disc. Soul of Windgrace, but nobody told me where. But it seems relatively powerful, generally speaking. Decent current target for E-Tron / Prison Tron. Seems like a shit current target as it enters the battlefield tapped. This is okay, but it's not more powerful than the Oblivion Ring. This is kind of interesting, but pretty bad, probably. She's mostly worse than Fetal Push. Phoenix Chick seems playable. Would I play Joint Exploration Sun combo? No. Why would I? It's not like you can reliably use Ratchet Bomb or O-Stone on turn 3 with Tron mana either. Yeah, that's why people don't play O-Stone. We can use Ratchet Bomb though. Lightning Strike reprinted. Finally in Pioneer, bros. I'm excited. Benali Sleeper, more like Resident Sleeper. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ooh ho ho ho. Ivy is interesting. 2 mana, 2/1 flying. Heroic type creature, but in weird colors for heroic, so. Phyrexian Merfolk Wizard. Draw a card and discard a card. If you discard an instant or sorcery this way, drop and lose 1 life and you gain 1. Sacrifice it to make cast a target instant or sorcery. Cool card. Wow, Verona is not even a rare. Elias Ilkor, Sadistic Pilgrim. Nice. So many legendary monsters. Swampman, good. What's Swampman? Cool planes. Free robot.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Real command, thank you very much. Front portal is so bad. It is pretty bad, yeah. No, I like Tron Portal. Why do you like Tron Portal? Have you ever seen the card Mana Confluence? Oh, but it enables domain. It does, yeah. All 10 pain lands? No, there is not all 10. They printed 6. I guess Front Portal is nice for standard, for aggro decks. You can play it. They will take any amount of fixing. Especially untapped. It's gonna be really painful though to play an aggro deck. Trant Portal and a Pine Land. Ouch. Phyrexian Missionary. If it was kicked, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Whoa, 2 mana, 2 free lifelink? This is like... Gifted Etherborn. What is my opinion? Enchantment Snapcaster. Seems fine, but not exciting. It seems to me that Leyline Binding is like the best card. available in the set currently. Tribal Lords also look incredible. I mean, for modern. Like, the Tribal Lords... Like, the Lords are powerful, but the Tribal decks need more than a powerful Lord. Do you think Cascade decks will move to white for Leyline Binding? Huh, that's interesting. That gives them a turn to play, that's pretty good. Lords look medium, but shit. Damn, John Serif hot takes. I don't think, like, people say Fury this, Fury that. Who cares about Fury? It's like 2 decks, play it. It's whatever. Like, no good decks play Fury. I guess they could play Fury, which is a problem, but like, just the fact that even without that, you just need strong 1-drops for that. You need like 1-drops that match up well against Ragavan or on the power level of Ragavan to make sense, for it to make sense for you to play a deck like this. So like a Lord for 2 mana, it's cool stuff, but it doesn't really change anything. Is Glimpse not a good deck? Oh, Leyline Binding seems interesting in Glimpse. It actually gives them a removal spell to play on turn 2. Fetch a Triumph, fetch Forest. Doesn't work so well with neither Cavern or Colony Garden. But it's also a permanent that you glimpse away then. So it seems powerful with Cascade. It seems powerful in 4 color. Could splash it for it in like Rhinos or Living End 2, but that's kind of a tougher sell probably. Leyline Binding. This is a really strong removal spell for modern. It seems cool for Glimpse. Alright, let's go. We want against 2 blue reds. So how many more cards is this card? 4. I will give 4. Out of the top of my head. Now... maybe it's a 5. But it does have some downsides, being an O-ring. The Boseiju decks... and sometimes it just it is a removal that's not active on turn 1, so it's not that good because Ragavan taxes you to play removals that cost 1 mana, and then you can't play too much removals that don't hit Ragavan on top of that. So an opponent controls. Opponent controls. Blackcliff Cliffs. Pass. Beast. I would like to draw 2 bounce lands in a row. I guess normal lands also work. But it's for sure going to play Daffy Voidwalker. And then okay, they didn't. They fetched a mountain and passed. Pass Link. Right on time. Can play Colossus with 1 land next turn in hand. Or I can also get Blood Moon and die. But then they would have fetched a swamp. Oh, grief. Bro, just take a look at my hand first. Like, so bad to do. Like, just take a look for free. It's better this way, I promise. Now let's proceed not to draw a Titan ever. And die. This is not a bad draw. Gonna turn into an amulet and it's going to make a growth chamber into a Titan source. What is the moon versus dryad interaction? It's timestamps. When it comes to non-basic lands, I guess are the only ones that moon affects. The freshest one on the battlefield. Trumps.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Sekoyavi, thank you very much for Prime Gaming. Quite based. My phenomenal control player in theory. Not so much in practice. I'm playing against red black mid-range, I guess. I don't know if it's a successor of the Lurus deck, but it is contains mid-range cards in red and black colors. Tap, get map. Tap, get map. Play Amulet. Map for TUS, not enough mana. Just make a construct this turn. Next turn 2 amulets we map for Growth Chamber. No reason to do it now. I think there's scenarios where I want Amulet. I think. These 2 sagas in a row were very nice. So now they have 1 mana up. They even play Unholy Heat. 1, 2, 3. We don't have Delirium anyways. So now I'll tap, map, use map with those 2. Play Growth Chamber, have 1,
He's
2,
a
3,
phenomenal
4, 5,
control
6, 10
player.
mana. Titan. Was that good to Titan? Titan, then I can 10 mana, and I can get a second Titan attack with bow. This seems pretty good. Tika, thank you for your supportage. What I don't really like about this elemental evoke cards is this possibility of ephemeric them for 1 mana. This somehow rubs lots of people the wrong way, and they have a huge problem with that play, but it's not even that strong of a play. I don't know why. It strikes that particular chord so much. This strong. Right, well, maybe it is strong, but it is not a good play. It's not a high win rate play. It's very fragile. See moon deck. Potentially. Main deck, moon deck. Fuck you too, bro. Need to be able to top deck well. Might skip Cultivator Colossus entirely. It's bad against this card. It's probably not really skip. So I got Azusa. She's kind of bad against this card too. But top deck doesn't really do much by herself. This at least blocks Ragavan. We can remove a Cavern. I really don't want the Sagas on the draw against that. Let's cut this and this too. I would kind of want an extra Pact to be able to top deck. Tough because I need lands too. Seems like it can never be the large crosses. They play moon, so they can beat it with moon. I guess you specify large, so yeah. Crosses, if I top deck it with bunch of mana, it should be pretty good. Flicker effects are OP in Commander because interaction is frowned upon. Yeah. Bro, did you just interact with me? It's interesting because in a way, Commander seems to be all about social interaction with your opponents. Let's go, Duffy Voidwalker. This is actually pretty formidable. Good that they didn't play it on turn 1. I thought they're gonna cast another Feign Death and it's gonna be... It doesn't put a second counter on it. Let's go, Footsie, take Titan. I assume no Footsies then. Even if they took the Titan, I think I'm favored. It's a mostly a 6-6 for them. I play Krasis, draw 2. Then I don't draw anything and I die to the Titan. Fair. I could use Dismember in combat against it. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes, bros, and then we can continue crushing the modern format with Amuletis. What is that I'm heating? I'm heating raspberries.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Pop.
Are hot raspberries good? Yes. Those are not hot. Damn, Cinderglade. In order to understand any matchup, is it possible to test without having an opponent playtesting with you? Sure. But it is much more efficient to play. I mean, depending on your understanding of the game. Those are fresh or frozen? Fresh. What are my thoughts on replacing this family with Beast with Vince as a casual card? What are your thoughts on holding this member when your opponent plays Ragavan? I mean, I think you can play one. One seems good. Avoid the pair dismember. Duke said Beast Within is bad. True. Read, what if not Beast Within that is bad, but rather read Duke who's bad? Huh? Ever thought about that? It's kind of better to have the Vala couldn't play already. Maybe they have Boseiju, who shelters all. You should write about Commander too. I have no interest in doing so.
He's
What
a
if the
phenomenal
beast
control player.
was within Reed Duke all along? Huh? Ever thought about that? Reed the Beast Duke. Request a grand song. We considered reading the description of the reward that you just requested. Do I really think domain O-ring is strong for modern? Mm. Well, now you make me question myself. Well, it seems like a powerful removal spell. Yeah, it has flash, obviously. Without flash, it would be bad. But with flash, kill anything for 1 mana or 2 mana. If I was a Euron gamer, I would put it in my deck. We have 2 land drops still. So I think it's playable in 4 color. That's why I said that I would put it in my 4 color deck. I would put the O-ring in my 4 color deck, 4 color deck. And I would O-ring with it a Ragavan or Merktide Regent. Maybe even a Karn Liberated or Primeval Titan. Primeval Titan seems like a pretty flexible removal spell. Hits most things for cheap. Question not because I disagree, but because it is not trivial to tell if you're kidding on Twitter. Very rarely kid on Twitter. Show me one tweet that I made jokingly. mostly just earnest. To the point where people just can't grasp that I'm actually, those are my thoughts. How many people play that event? We have 14 people who joined so far. Well, but I explained myself. But you're right. Not a Mr. Boseju. I think I will. I mean, I have one Boseju, but I didn't really do anything, right? Maybe if they get Chalice. Hmm. Weekend. Do I think my Twitter polling is a method at arriving at the truth at the core of MTG takes? It's a way of creating engagement. So on turn
He's
3,
a
I will have 2
phenomenal control
lands.
player.
My 1
Smugged,
amulet.
smugged, smugged.
I think I will lead on where if I draw a tribal, then I get punished for not cavern naming snake. But I wanted to post things on Twitter so that like it's, I don't know, some people use Twitter and then also probably would watch MTG. And that way I think more people would find me if I would be active on Twitter. But normally I just don't post because I don't like the platform and like I'm not gonna use it as a blog of mine and say, oh, I've been to a grocery store and bought 3 apples, bros. I love hacking, love fructose. So instead, I just post polls, which come to my mind often when I just think about magic cards, and I'm like, what if something, and then just ask a question and people discuss. Yeah, but do you think the results of the poll are more often true than not true? Yes. Canister is like Joker on Twitter, just want to create chaos. Well, I'm not really interested in chaos. What person would make you super happy they followed you on social media? I don't think not getting a social media follow would make me super happy. But mm, let's say Pokimane. If I absolutely have to name something. Will I die next turn? Shouldn't die. Have all the cards of Dominaria United been spoiled? No. Pokemon still exists. I totally forgot about her. She does. Maybe they should have paid Pokemon to be in the MPL. I think it is possible that Pokemon would require a bigger amount than Savage. So might have not been in the range. Named Beast and I can't cast my cards. My Titan, which stinks. What can I do here? Vestige, Bounce Land, Haste Titan, have 3 mana untapped, get 2 Bounce Lands, play Colossus Post Combat, play Emrakul probably. Yeah, imagine not playing Traveling Vestige, that card opens the doors. You never had doors open for you, bros. You should regret. Hopefully they don't have Boseiju, who endures. Boseiju? Who? Money is nothing compared to love. Attacker in or face? Probably Ren. I don't know, what does the Ren do? Might end up killing them. Like, probably doesn't matter if I attack. If I kill them. Well, Red might be better on the battlefield for Emrakul. Say money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a jet sky, and I've never seen anyone sad in a jet sky. I've actually seen a sad person in a jet sky. What up, nerd? I'm surely a lot happier with money than I was when I was broke. True, you are. I have one amulet. Wasn't because when I was broke and unemployed, I could smoke weed all day, every day, and I did. How did you get money for weed? Or how did you get weed? It costs money, right? Parents. Well, say we're not broke if you had rich parents, bro. It's cheating. But I was so broke. But then also my parents weren't so lamau. Minus one mana kick VV. I'll take control of you during your next turn. But I will also kill your dwarf. And your other dwarf. But that is not all, because I will also kill you, bro. Haha. Funny, right? For I got two 5-0s with Amulet. I think one on stream, I played a League of Stream and I got a 5-2. Let's go again. Let's get the third one. Not sure if I'll play challenges this weekend. We'll see. Wait, why is Kappa a mod? I accidentally modded Kappa Hill. No, I accidentally misclicked and I modded them when I was shit talking the request a grand song request. Looks like a better moderator than Mr. Chimba. Called out. What if Johnstar was a moderator? I hate Portugal. You can say that, Johnstar. What if there are Portuguese people in the chat? It would feel unwelcome. Paina's has been last seen playing 4 color, but they play 60 cards now, so. Is it living endos or blue red? We can discard Titan second turn. Blue red seems like. Okay, it's dredge. Huh. Nice dredging, bro. Oh shit, my points. What do you mean? Dredge is a great matchup. I want to draw a bounce land, I think. Or this. Okay, more dredging. No chill, please. Okay, no chill. Awesome. You have 2 silver smooth goals. Okay, maybe they will have chill. Okay, no chill. Good. So you only get this and this. It's way better to play tribal there. Not crack it next turn. We have 6 mana from that. We can keep the Vesuva. Because next turn Sakura gives a forest that untaps twice. Watching Kani chilling in the sand. Nice. I'm not in the sand. What? This ain't a beach. This is a bathtub. Every body of water is safer with a guard? I don't remember. Steve is the player, right? Azusa doesn't create extra mana for us because we don't have any bounce lands. Dot. Setting up Azusa into play will let me have more mana next turn. But it would be fine. Because I will have 4 mana and next turn I float with Saga, get a second Amulet, play Vesuva copying Forest at 6 mana, so I can play Titan always. So I think it like both are winning plays. Is it worth to get Bojuka Bog at this stage of the game? I think I will just win instead. Can you double Titan if you copy Vesuva now that he forces you to use Steve? I have Azusa in my hand. Yeah, I could have copied Valakut. Like, it's many ways to win this. Oh, Mr. Streamer. Hello, Alexander Super Trump. Oh no, misstacked. Yeah, whatever, I guess. How much damages did we actually have? It's like, I don't know. Can deal 150 probably. Did I just misorder the amulet triggers? Yes. So, okay. So I would deal from those Valakuts, it would be... Well, I could have also went for Colossus and then Colossus. Maybe not this turn. So if I attack with both Titans, every Titan alone is 18 damage. So it's 36 from the two Titans, and then it's probably like second 36 from the triggers. So probably like around that. 72. So let's board my Graveyard Hates versus Dredge. Turn the Earth. Shining, finally. We keep Bojuka. Keep Radiant Fountain. Keep Bossejo because they tend to lay Line of Sanctity. Maybe even bring a second one. Less need for caverns, better colored sources. Don't want to cut T-West, don't want to look sagas. We can cut one cavern for the second Bosseju. It's a green source the same. Then just gonna cut the Tri-Builders, I guess, which I guess makes cavern less desirable anyways. Maybe cut another cavern for the third Bosseju, but then if I draw multiples, it's gonna be bad. And Bosseju is just a hedge against their leyline, which they might have or not have, might bring or not bring. Keep. Do you or anyone you know offer Amulet coaching so I can not sack at this deck? I don't really do coaching, but can watch my streams and then ask questions about the lines as they go, and then maybe I can, or maybe you can become a subscriber of my channel and read the guide, which is going to be written and published tomorrow about the Amulet deck. So there's many options that could help you improve. Or maybe someone Pandenwine, House of Mana underscore MTG, Fran Pavlush, what's his name? Pavlush, F Pavlush. Maybe someone of from those group of coaches. Honestly, didn't realize my sub lapsed. Haha. Yeah, sometimes it does behave a bit weird.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Oof, gotta read those guides.
I mean, the guide is gonna be
He's a phenomenal
written
control
tomorrow.
player.
Hello Mr. Canister, do you do Fortnite coaching?
I think I want to make constructs and save the second saga with my hand. I get Soul Guide next turn. Pretty sure Pan does too, yeah, so maybe try contacting him. They put a reunion to their graveyard and they land. I assume they put on the reunion on top. No. They just put 3 cards in the graveyard. One of them on the bottom. On the graveyard and 2 on the top of the graveyard. I have to say, I actually didn't find that truly sad. We drew 10 in the air. We have to cast 10 in the air because before my opponent scoops. So I'm missing a damage here to give my opponent a better chance. Let's go. Caster Union. Please. What, not cast? Red. Discard dredges, bro. They don't even have dredgers. So sad. Such a waste. Well, I guess let's cast it anyways because it's gonna feel bad otherwise. I put a shift at bottom of their deck too. And we have the flashback still available. Alright. Turn the air for the 5-0. What a card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I have a Titan in top 15. Well, I did 5-0 and the new sideboard card. Who suggested Turn the Air? Looks so bad in this deck. I thought of it myself. I've seen it in a sideboard of a creativity deck. But I have thought of it previously too a little bit, but never had the balls to put it in my deck. Understand creativity but Titan, question mark. So the thing is that when it comes to your graveyard hate against living end, the first endurance has value as a tutor target for Pact Summoner's Pact, right? That's strong. The first Soul Guide Lantern is good because it is a tutor target for Saga. But both of those cards are answerable by the tools that they bring happily against you in spades anyways. They will bring all the foundation breakers and all the subtleties with a smile on their face. So I decided that if I want any extra sideboard cards against Living End, ideally it would be something that does not get hit by those effects. So Force of Negation, they will most often board out, as it is fairly useless in the matchup. Therefore, you end up with a card that ignores Foundation Breaker, ignores their pile of subtleties, even has flashback to ignore Grief, and well, I guess I listed everything. On top of that, I don't want a double-sided graveyard hate card. Railing of Progentus is obviously fine against Living End, but I think cards that don't hit my own graveyard are just much better, because a huge part of my game plan against Living End is to either discard a Primeval Titan or Colossus if I can do that, or just try to rush it out ASAP, and then maybe they have to kill it, and then the game progresses and it's hard for them to Living End again afterwards because you have the Titan in your graveyard. Not Tormod Script. I would play Tormod Script over Soulguide Lantern, but they tend to bring Leyline of Sanctity often enough. I would not play 10 the Earth against Murktide. It seems absurdly bad here. How is this list versus Merc? Even if Krasis feels sorta hopeless. I think it's a bad matchup. I wouldn't say it is hopeless. In fact, on my way to the 5-0, we defeated 2 blue-red players. I didn't get Blood Moons, but I did get to enact the Krasis plan. And it worked enough to win 2 matches. And it does feel like the most functional approach you can take against them. Do I have a boarding pattern for Burn? Against Burn, I would cut Bojuka Bog and I'd turn the Earth. And you can consider playing Extra Sedgeus. And you can consider having 1 Krasis to Pact for life gain, but if you play Radiant Fountain, so that's probably bad. But I guess Burn just like board turn the Earth. In general, in matchups, like if you don't need to, you just don't board. And the Amulet deck is really tight, you just don't have space for board. You only sideboard if you have a reason, and the Baron matchup is good with your basic plan, and they don't have great tools from the sideboard, so just do the same thing again next game too. I assume turn the Earth is good to like gains for life. Pretty lame, but it's probably better than Pojuka Bog, which is a black tap land with no text. Baron is a good matchup anyways. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, there's not a law that improving a good matchup is worth less than improving a bad matchup. In fact, it is only important to improve the popular matchups, which is why I spend the cyborg slots on Hydroid Crasises to have them against Blue-Red, because I think they improve the Blue-Red matchup. I think I'm still behind that matchup, but it is the most popular matchup and it improves it by a meaningful amount. Four caverns feel good. Most lists I see have only 2. For as long as the card Counterspell is going to be played in the format of Modern, which, if I had to guess, might as well be forever. Or I guess at least for the foreseeable future. I will be playing 4 Cavern of Souls in Amulet, and I will not be... That's just the starting point. I will not be... I don't see a reason to cut it. I like... The only way this deck beats the card Counterspell is by... Okay, well, I guess you can overload their mana if they have 2 little mana and you have like double Amulet. Then you can cast 2 Titans a card in the first one, but The only realistic way to beat Counterspell in most games is to use Cavern of Souls, and if you don't have that, you're just gonna get Counterspelled and die, and I don't like that. Some people play less Caverns because
He's
they
a
have to make
phenomenal
space for their...
control player.
I don't know. For other stuff. Like, they play less Caverns because they have to make space for Boros Garrison. This has 4 Caverns. And some people play the Caverns out of the sideboard, but the Caverns are actually also much better out of the main deck. So it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to start with them in the sideboard. I think it makes no point. Just like it doesn't really make sense to play single Hydroid Krasis in the sideboard, and this Krasis right here shows a pretty heavy misunderstanding of the card and the role of it like employs. Well, I guess they just want one to pact for, so maybe it's not that big, that bad. And they want extra threat over Cultivated Colossus, and they like pact against blue red. Alright, it's not that bad. It's fine. Yuya and MTG, thank you for your sub. Very based. You have one main, free side like a maniac. Krasis. Yeah, like this list plays Castle Garenbrig 2 times, 3 Caverns, and it's just... Castle is just a worse card than Cavern of Souls. So 2 turn Timber Symbiosis, wow. People also don't play Radiant Fountain sometimes, which I can sympathize with, but I like it. Colony Garden sideboard, nice. What is it for? Bloodstone? Amulet Titan with 2 Chandra Awaken Inferno and 1 Boil. Wow. It is a slaughter. The death of a sea. Never speak of it again. Damn. Turn the Earth is Delirium / Living End tech. I would not board it against Delirium decks. It's way too bad. Most people also play Force of Vigor, which I don't play. This deck is actually super bad at pitching cards, so I don't really like to play it too much. It's like a fine card, but I just don't find it very effective, and I don't want to spend slots on it. Yeah, most lists seem to play 4 Cavern of Souls, which is reasonable. They should. What about Inferno Titan? Inferno Titan is weaker than Krasis, so I would not play Inferno Titan. It's a fine card, fine threat at enabling the like alternative threats casting each turn plan, but it does not. It's just weaker when you like compare them side by side. The upsides of the Inferno Titan are pretty slim. Have you finished playing Titan for the day? I think I'll play another league, so I have not finished. What if you play Carnage Tyrant? That card doesn't beat opponents, and stress down also exists, so like it's not even unkillable. It is killable. And you can gain uncounterability via Cavern of Souls. So while valuable, it's not a groundbreaking ability to have on the creature. But in general, the post-board plan against blue-red is to idly cast a threat every turn. And Krasis enables that because you draw more threats. And like cards that don't chain to other threats don't do that, so they're worse in that role. I seen the black splash recent list posted on mistaken Twitter. I have not seen it, so I guess we're gonna take a look now. What about Vorinclex, Voice of Hanger that locks opposing lands for a turn? It is a funny EDH 8 mana card that's fairly relatively powerful, but it's also not actually good, right? It's also probably a 6 toughness card. What you want out of your extra threats is to be better than Summoner's Pact. You don't want them to just be random EDH big monsters. And Crass, or better than Primeval Titan in some spots at least. Which Krasis does. It's on a 5-0. I want to test. I've seen this fucking list. This stupid Necromancia, Skura. Ja pierdolę. This hurts to look at. Also, bros, I have received cards from the post. Yeah, they have 3 Elders, 1 Swamp to splash Necromancia. And what is the Necromancia supposed to be good against? Feed the Swarm costs plenty of life, can kid... It's not too bad, but... Can play guess the card? Sure. Let's play Enchant Wardle with my cards. Alright, got those two. I hope it's gonna help you. As padding. Then I got 2 of those. Foil as padding. Kura on sideboard. Yeah, it seems like Kura is their threat, like sideboard threat of choice. Honestly, I guess I'll read it because I dismiss it, but maybe it's not that bad. Chad, do you know that kura in Polish means a chicken? Which means that this card reads a little bit funny for Poles. It's a 4/4? Flying Death Touch. When dice, search for free land cards or make a spirit. I mean, it can block a Murktide, and if they kill it, you get to get a Cavern of Souls and a Purza Saga, I don't know. Alright, bros. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 16 cards that just came. 4 playsets. It is not 4 playsets, but it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 6 individual cards. Came how? By post. I checked my mailbox and they were there. 4 Hydroid Crassus. There's 1 Hydroid Crassus. I actually owned 3 already, so it's the 4th one. So you kinda guessed. 4 Turn the Air. No, I bought Turn the Air from my LGS to support them yesterday. It cost me 4 zlotys, I think. I went with the grayscale version too, because they look shittier. 4 zlotys, no chyba tyle za Commona biorą tam złotówkę, no. Hall of the Storm Giants, I already owned Hall of the Storm Giants. Alright, I'll give you a hint. A vast majority out of those cards are for Amulet. Full art bounce lands. Shit, bro. You were indeed right. I bought a shit ton of the bounce land sec and mismatched them. The one I didn't buy was Boros Garrison because that one is useless. Foils are insane. I don't play foils much. I mean, I do play some foils, but I don't seek out foils. Wouldn't March and Prismatic Ending hit or cards? What are you talking about? Why'd you say most are for Amulet? Because there is also one leftover card, which you have to guess. It represents a character who appear. You seen the cat, bros? Now, why do you think my cat got scared? What scared him to the point where he bounced like this? I will answer that for you. He simply stepped on my Celestia Sanctuary. I guess slipped a little bit because there's slippery cards. And just went out of fear. Right, so the card I have here represents a character that does appear in the Dominaria United set. Does have a card in the Dominaria United set. What do I think? Amulet Titan. Tita Primordial, Permitor Todos Oskokiso. It's literally a deck I'm playing. Oh no, Kari Sakura. Frun. Seems like a worse version of my list. Straight up. Gleba Gruul. Gleba Gruul is good. Alright, it is a card representing a character who shows up in Dominaria United, but the character is disguised. It is not a Johnny. Wanderer. Why would Wanderer be disguised? Karn the Great Creator. In what way Karn the Great Creator is disguised? Alright, let's put it in other words. It is a character posing as somebody else, a figure. Alright, Shaman guessed it. It is Professor Onyx. In Japanese. Which I think is funny because when I play with her as a win con for Neoform, I will have to think hard to cite the abilities past the static one. Oh shit. I dropped my Professor Onyx and now she's not near mint anymore. Well, too bad. Would it count as a disguise if Karn had pants on? Yeah. Should we try a Kura in the next league? Can Kade dismember? Oh, my Professor Onyx has a bent corner. You can't really see it though, so it's fine. Hello, how are you? What do I think? You're sending me the same deck again. It looks just as much of a bad version of the deck I'm playing, of a worse version of the deck I'm playing as it did. I think the same that I did lately. The last time. Ah. Oh. Alright, I'm going to take a bathroom break and then play the second league, this time with one ex-Kura. Who somethings. Let's go. Another 5-0. Never play Kura once incoming, hopefully. Let's check the typings on the dragon. It's a dragon spirit, I assume. Yes. So not having overlap with other creatures is a little bit rough times, but this end is nice with Cavern for Steve. Sometimes people discuss how they play Titan and they say, oh, never keep a hand that doesn't make a turn 4 Titan. I'm like, what? I just look at my hands and I keep if the vibe, if the hand has nice vibes. Seems to do something in the early turns. Maybe that's a bad approach. Jogmoth. Turn 2. I don't think I want to crack second turn 3. Can siding Graviger's Cage have against Yawgmoth? Probably will board disenchant effects to an extent it will, but it also depends how bad you think of a matchup that is. No, I guess that doesn't really depend. I'll play Piffing Needle instead of Graviger's Cage. It's better against Mordex and also better against Yawgmoth too. Sorry, why wouldn't we one time it on turn 3 always? Because if Saga pops on turn 4, I get 1 extra mana because I didn't sacrifice my land on turn 3. And I'm thinking I will do a big thing on turn 4 and not on turn 3 this game. That was my thinking. On turn 4 this way I will have 3, 4, 5. I will have the Colossus mana on turn 4 with display, which I will find valuable. Opponent seems not to have Yawgmoth. Maybe they have an evolution that they can't transform. It's definitely Colossus next turn. So I should play 2 bounce lands. Maybe keep a bounce land in hand. No, definitely keep a bounce land in hand. I can't play 2 bounce lands. But I should play 1 to have more lands in hand. Could also got this, doesn't make a construct, but the construct seems to have 0 impact on the game. Every year Americans try to bring guns to Canada and get mad our border services confiscate them. They are like, respect the constitution. Damn, very true. Is Force Sagas new or no? Well, ever since it was legal, it's been played in 4 copies in most Amulet decks. I wouldn't move to America if I had the choice. What if you had a choice to move to America or move to Poland? That one Exhanur Lancer is spicy? Yes. Which city? Białystok.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Ice W6647, thank you for the sub. Which ones is that? I mean, just Google it. It's not like you know. The city's too much anyways, right? The land of Poland. Wow, Badros. I've been rewatching your BURR matches from past week, but I cannot yet grasp the full idea of the mirror. Other than playing Lengo whenever possible. It is tricky and hard to convey in words. It was tricky for me too. In Copenhagen, I won all of my mirrors. I don't know why exactly, but I won them. That's a disgusting Colossus given you draw kinda bad. Yeah, I mean, at the end I drew a Pact and a Titan, so it didn't matter that I drew badly at first, of course. Did I end up cyborging counterspell out as much as in testing? No, I was only cutting one, and I'm not sure if I even should have. I kept DRCs on the play postboard once, and then my opponent played the hairs, but I didn't draw my DRCs, so that was smart. But I was mostly cutting 2 DRC, 1 counterspell, 2 spell pierce. And I was bringing 1 hairs, 1 abrade, 2 dispute, and something else. 1 subtlety, but the subtlety was worse than a counterspell would be. I don't recommend it. Okay, so you have a Kura instead of an extra dismember, so tough luck, I guess. Soul Guide, I think, is not particularly super. It's Emrakul, I think, if they play Necromantia. Maybe. The spell piece seemed pretty clearly poor to me. And there are some games that are tempo based, but just percentage wise, not enough of them compared to those that turn into more grindy games. Yeah, Vigor, Force of Vigor. You have Magus. You have Necromantia. Necromantia, alright, Emrakul. Time to shine. Maybe I should have boarded one Krazis around Necromantia too, over the instead of just the Emrakul. I still have Colossus to pact for, so I mean, seems or to draw. It seems pretty okay. Do you bring in Fluster for the mirror? I did not know. Let's not let my land die, I guess. Seems like a bad idea. Fluster Storm is same as Spell Pierce. It's tiny bit better, but also not always. Just a portion of the time. Wait, I was turn 2. Yeah. Oh no, they took our Titans. How do we win? Well, could actually not win. Bad draw. I've laughed out loud. Yeah. In some spots, I wish I had 2 Cultivator Colossuses. Maybe I want to play a second one main deck somehow. Why not 4 copies? Because of the opportunity cost. Like general concept. Grays are very poor. Yeah. Hello friends, I'm awake. No jak tam poszło? Jakie jest czucie? Około 18-19, dobrze. Only had crasses. I mean, I wouldn't have drone packed, but I had 1 crasses. Be fairly useful. And my Colossus is a free. Awesome. The Dryad army set my opponent through. The Dryad army marching. Urza's saga should have raid ahead in your honest opinion. Excuse me, in your humble opinion. Sure. Or if I had a Valakut, that would be kinda nice too. Do I ever play Arena in the historic format? No. Well, ever? Sure. But I don't really play it. And you won't spot me playing it. They've named Rat here, why? Does the deck is a rat? I don't understand. Now they will use their second Necromancer on Eldrazi. Yeah, they do know I have Emrakul in my deck. So I guess they will. Does Amulet have a good 4-color matchup or is it 50-50? It's probably 50-50. Depending on like their extra technologies too. I have 3 life points, not much that they can do with Yawgmoth. No, come on. Don't do this. Young Wolf Cord. Bro. So not okay. You don't get the Yawgmoth deck. That's a combo. Guess they won. Well, they need 2 more Undying creatures compared to what they have right now, so it is a little bit too soon to say that they won, but maybe they will play some. They're clearly trying to play something, but it doesn't come easy for them. Sure. But that is not a combo. Yeah, this should have been tapped for sure. So they can draw instead of the Overgrown Tomb or the bird. Interesting. Target your token would. I mean, it was fair to target the token. Can't card for 1 with 2 black creatures, bro. Fair. No, they misplay. I take that back. Well, could have corded for 2 there and gotten the... It's the same. Doesn't really change anything. So it's better to leave this up in case you like would draw endurance. If you have endurance in your deck for some reason. Post sport. Nice Necromantia. I no longer want 2 Cultivator Colossuses in my deck. I find just 1 to be enough. I just joined, but I'm sure that if opponent had Hapatra in their deck, they would have won. You're right, you're sure of that. And that does seem true because they would just... Wait, what does Hapatra do? So whenever a creature an opponent controls dies with Make a Snake, with a counter. Whenever you put a counter, Make a Snake. Okay, well then in that case they would have definitely win. Damn, Hapatra's so good. Silent clearing. Bój się Boga. Kurwo, jebana, poczuka Boga masz. Let's go, Sigarda's 8, +10/+10. It's not even that bad if they do that because you can block with the Stoneforge Elder. But hopefully they will not. Aid. Oh, it's really tough actually that they will not offer me a chance to block next turn. Do I think Esper Sentinel would get as much hate from people calls for a ban like Ragavan if it was a mythic? No. It's a reactive card. Missed. Kinda missed, not really that bad of a draw. Like, so Esper Sentinel is kinda like, well, maybe not reactive, but it's not the same. Like, if your opponent plays an Esper Sentinel and you don't do anything, nothing happens. It's a 1-1. If your opponent plays Ragavan and you don't do anything, you literally die. So it's much. Like, it feels bad when you play like mono spells and need to be casting spells, but there is like much easier, much more readily available counterplay to Esper Sentinel, I think. Should I explore or the Dryad actually? If I explore and get a bounce land, that doesn't matter because a bounce land next turn is fine. If I draw a normal land, it's better. Because it's casting Titan versus not casting anything. Should be able to kill next turn, right? 1, 2, play Titan. Turf. I thought the Shadow Spear. Fajnie kurwa masz, byku. But we would be able to play Titan, Turf, and Hanwer. Pick up the top Turf. Then play the Turf. Play Dryad, haste, attack, deal enough to kill, yeah. Bro, where is your force of vigor? How will you beat Hammer? Bro, but how? How will you beat the Hammer deck now? I just will. Don't question my competencies. They had blue, so they might have mana leak, so let's keep the Cavern of Soul. Is this better than Explorer here in this matchup? I guess it is. The charm block is good. Card turn the earth. Turn the earth and turn the attention of Twitch chatters to it because it is an insane card that nobody can just walk past and ignore. I wonder, turn the earth into what? I want to draw a land next turn and then Colossus into 5 lands and kill them. Time to cut prime time and play 4 Colossus. It's actually bad to draw multiple Colossus because then your hand has Colossuses and no lands. But I think the second one is a very much a possibility. I Stoneforge Mystic. I search my deck. I find Colossus Hammer. I equip Colossus Hammer. I block your Colossus Hammer creature. I will not block your Colossus Hammer creature. I draw. Ah, worse draw. So he could kill and spare Sentinel, but that seems weak sauce to me. Let's high roll. Rollin', 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 rollin'. Let's slow roll. What a roll. Not a high one. Bro, imagine if you had Force of Vigor, you would just exile the unnecessary Grazer and you would go pow, 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 something. No, bro, his Vigor is not even good. Kappa. Yeah, it would be pretty good this game. I would draw it over a Grazer, I guess. Meow. Creativity or burn. Or maybe Mardu midrange. I fotsies. I surveil. I dash. Then I fotsies. Then I exile Grulturf. No fotsies. TFW, no fotsies. Street Wraith. So it's a Mardu Death Shadow deck, maybe. Which fetched a basic on turn 2. Urza Saga, so it's an Asmorano deck, maybe. There was something like that, like red black Asmorano Mardika Daisina Kuldakar. Kicking in the throw. And when kicking in the throw. How's Copenhagen? How does it compare to previous GPs? Copenhagen actually was not a GP. It was a PTQ, kinda. Which was, I guess, confusing for many. And I think it itself kind of didn't know if it was a PTQ or not, but it was a PTQ. You are a dirty top decker. What about my opponent then, with 3 and all he eats? One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's not transmute this turn to play around discard spells. Hopefully they will not exile Mr. Beast. As they destroy my amulet, then I don't have mana to play Titan, which would be disastrous too. But I think this card more likely than destroy amulet from my their deck. Don't excel Mr. Beast. Don't excel Mr. Beast. Dryad. Why no bog? Yeah, I could get bog to not die to 2 bolts. But I have more lands in hand for the next turn if I get a bounce land this spot, so that's why. Already use 3 unholy heats, I will not have the 4th one. And also next turn is a Colossus turn, so I don't think it matters much. TOS plus bug does the same job. No, as I said, I would have less lands in my hand then. Because I would have 3 lands in my hand right now instead of 4. Or rather, I would Colossus with 2 lands instead of with 3. Pretty big difference. So it's not exactly the same job. Colossus is so strong for me lately. I really think of playing the second one main deck, I guess. Wow, that's it. It's not so good. Maybe it's because you only have one. Yeah, exactly. Could be. Good Azusa. Not untrue. True statement. Why not get Titan? Because Beast seemed better to me. It's useful. Aren't Titan and Colossus both beasts? No, not like type wise in the game. Most often I would draw a pact and play Titan anyways after Mr. Beast. This time I didn't. Unlucky. I guess I could have played a bounce land. No, I didn't have enough mana. I never sleep, because sleep is a sleep of death.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hey Digital, thank you for your tier 1 subscription. Very nice of you. Walk my dog 01. Don't you grab your phone, turn on the Twitch app, turn the canister stream, plug the headphones into your ears, and listen to the game while walking. Well, I don't. There is a chance I wouldn't have drawn the Force of Vigor, even if I had it, so I'm not sure if I lost to not having Force of Vigor. I do the thing where you give extremely focused attention for short periods of time. Fair. I think this is a Kura Boundless Sky matchup. And a Hydroid Krasis matchup. There you have some moons, alpines. They will not have Magus, so I don't need Dismember. Dismember didn't look great against their deck. I never sleep, because sleep is death. Hey. One gig, that's what I use in a day. Awesome. Underworld Cookbook. Okay, so they are an Asmorano deck, so maybe I needed Dismember and Explosives. What's the idea behind the Green Dragon? I've seen some people play it, so wanted to give it a try. It is a threat, an extra threat. Simple idea. Rather. Does it suck? Likely. Cavern of Souls gone. Urza Saga again. Time to get Kura. Haha, just kidding. I will actually fetch Curativator Corrosus. Well, we drew Kura anyways. Let's go, Kura. I never sleep, cause sleep is the cousin of death. Yo, yo, hey, hey. I never sleep, cause sleep is the cousin of death. Yo, I never sleep, cause sleep is the cousin. I never sleep, yo. Cousin of death. I never sleep, bros. It's a cousin of death. The secondary don't overthink it. It's dying, flying, death touch. Dying, true. Kura so good, right? Much my point, had an attacking Merktide Regent in play currently, we would be able to block it. Canister wins the match. Canister wins the match. What is he watching? K-pop. Sure. Even sleeping less than 6 hours can lead to severe mental and physical health decline. Sure. The use of the word may in your statement makes it vague enough that it is disprovable. So, like, very good job, but making it intentionally vague and like also very powerful. Okay, I said can lead, but I meant that obviously. Haha, you know that, right? Oh shit, still connive. I once slept for 5 hours and then I have no severe health complications or decline. So, yeah, great advice, bro. Great advice. In paper, did I say, oh shit, every time I been connived? No. I sleep 0 hours at night because sleep is the cousin of death. True. Oh shit, they connive. Cry with these. Maybe using free mana to map for a bounce land. I can use mana next turn to map for a bounce land. I think I'd rather play this. And that cannot be countered, so I think I'd rather play the thing that can be countered. How much better Saga would be with enter tapped? Could be worse, I think, even for Amulet. Oh, I'm undying. Never sleep, cause conniving is a cause of death. You try masturbation wakey several times a day. Nice. So I think the new card, Maria, will be good in scales. What's Maria? Maybe I could have bounced the Saga and replay the Saga to make more constructs. But keeping the bounce land in hand, it's just good if I draw another big threat, and 2/6/6s still die to that anyways. Okay, now they can counter both Titans. I can't tutor up the dragon. I literally can. It's not in my deck yet. It's game 1. Game 2. Pura boundless sky. On the draw, I'll cut all my bad cards like Urza Saga, which was clearly super bad this game. Clearly was so bad this game. Yeah, wait, man, to pay the pacts? Question mark. My opponent was dead. I would get 2 Titans into play and attack them with both and get 12 Valaco triggers at least. No endurance, that's racist. What? In what way is that racist? I don't play endurance in this matchup because I feel like it never accomplishes. Like, it never contributes towards winning the game. It's just that my problem with it. I would play it if it actually did something for me. Any chance you're planning to include a section, the Amulet Cyborg Guide on playing around hate? I feel like that's my biggest struggle, especially post-board. Sure. What hate cards do you struggle with? What's the main reason for Sakura Tribe Elder over Explore? Tribe Elder, you actually have a proper amount of mana sources for it thanks to Cavern of Souls in your deck. And it grabs your basics so that you can enforce the Hydroid Krasis plan against blue-red properly. So that it also means you have enough blue sources in your deck and you have basics to be able to cast Krasises through Moon. Some people will play 2 Krasises and they will not play the island, and they will even tell you that the island is such a bad card, I'm not gonna play it. But those people just miss the forest for the trees and they're clueless. Biggest struggle for me is Force of Vigor. Alright, I will not include that in the guide then, I'll just tell you. Force of Vigor. You just can't play around it really much. They have it, you get blown out by it. That's it. Unless you can play only one card on your turn, but it's just super tough to actually do. And if you like need to go fast, you can play around it. So although it's not always true because I kind of often wait with it. Wait with my Sagas postboard against Vigor, Force of Vigor decks till it's a bit later, so that they don't blow me out super early and take me down to back to Stone Age, but rather I block and like I take myself back to Bronze Age at worst, if it's even an age. I currently have 3 forests and 1 missing the main. Maybe should play 4 caverns. Misty is okay. Fetches are okay in this deck. I haven't missed it often, but sometimes it was a good card to fetch. But I decided that I think I want the forest other than the fetch, but maybe a Misty over the 4 forest is okay. It's actually better. And is nothing. Well, I counter that. Kinda makes sense, but also whatever. My dad signed this song. I'm gonna sue you for content appropriation. Okay. I'm gonna ban you from this channel forever then. Yeah, I'm gonna sue you for being a... I don't know, I'll find a reason. Little bitch boy. That's what I wanted to say, but then I decided I don't want to be as harsh as some Twitch chatters. 4 mana. Okay. Ain't no point in keeping this member for the next game. My dad never sleeps, cause sleeps is the cousin of death. Can we just all get with the cousin of death? Yo. Point missing iteration. We're gonna do like a free dragon now. No, Blood Moon. Wait. Let me. Just get it now. Nice draws. Canister boards out pacts, never draws a Titan, and acts surprised. Oh, the attack of
He's
the
a
Ragavan
phenomenal
again.
control player.
Bro,
Kek.
I get it. It's fine. It's fine. I am okay trading like this. If you could, if it would mean you stop attacking the Ragavan. New card just dropped. Other channels is literally Urza. It's pretty flexible. Sparing Spike is gonna play this with Ephemerate and at least 4 decks. Is it possible to play a deck more boring than this deck? I don't think Blue Red is that bad to play. I try Krasis.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Happy birthday, Mr. Kaniki.
Thank you. No, if I trade with Ragavan, my opponent's going to play second one. I'm sure. Finally. Drew a card with text. Well, it's not really GG because 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, X7, so need to be counterspelled. Draw 3. There is no subtlety me.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I choose stop. Do you think they assume that they will hit me with the Ragavan and steal my Krasis off the top? Maybe they did. We'll also play Moon and that will be relatively spooky. If the Dryad survives, I have 12 mana plus what I have on board, so. Sad. Whoa. Interesting. Have I looked at the spoilers today? Yes. Interesting timing. I was flooded white with Cavern that did not do anything, but we do draw 7 with the Krasis. Ice. Havoc is a small price to pay for data. Is it? Depends on the degree of Havoc. Yes, my flyer was bigger than theirs. Although imagine they dressed down me, right? But that subtlety was pretty funny. This set is looking to be very impactful for Pioneer. What card caught your attention? Was it Jaya Fiery Negotiator? Or a Johnny Sleeper Agent? Or you have Maya Sojourner, 4/6 for 3 mana. Insane. Destroy artifact, defender, or each creature opponent controls. Nice. The Defiler of Instinct, First Strike, Phyrexian Kavu. This card is interesting, but I'm not exactly sure if it is really powerful. Really, like, playable powerful. Maybe. But this is a kind of formula card that derives value from sticking on board, which is always shaky ground for playableness in constructed. Oh, I've got 6 subtle loads, bros. New commander staple, in that case I'm not opening. I'm going to try this card in a blue-red tempo deck. Are you familiar with Sprite Dragon? Better you are, damn. Maybe we can play both. Probably not. I mean, maybe you can. Maybe Ledger Shredder is kind of a scam in those decks. Probably isn't, but the idea of every creature you play growing by a counter and error cast a stupid opt makes playing opt kinda compelling. Alright, I will open the commander stable. Relic of Legends. Tap an untapped legendary creature you control, add 1 mana of any color. This is actually powerful. Can be summoning sick, can be like... Can just play a new Ragavan and tap it immediately. Potentially OP. Sigardazoid. Nah, just the Sentinel. I don't care, bro. Well, I kinda care, I guess. A little bit. Nice deck. Guess I can't. I die if they have a Paladin. Why they make construct? Untap. 4 mana. So they need a land and a paladin to win. That relic could be fun in Kenan / Emery Paradox Engine. True. The blue-red flying one seems better. No, the blue-red flying one is not actually, like, kinda not cohesive. Because you will not have enough creatures, or you won't have enough spells. You would need to play like Raise the Alarms all in your deck. Land, please. I don't need a land. Just gonna kill no land. No land. Top deck needed. Lands let you haste, which is the same as winning. Sure, but also I can just win without haste, which makes it not much of a necessity. So I guess I will not disagree with your argument, but the song could be The Old Man's Back Again. It would be about a man whose back hurts from being old, and he's like, oh, my back, oh, it hurts so badly. I'll be good. Funny. The duality of the hammer deck. Sometimes, I guess you're gonna prismatic ending. No, kill my land. Nice. Sometimes it looks like the best thing ever, and sometimes it just like plays some shitty cards that do nothing and a reactive card from their sideboard. I needed the saga to find my map. Point is marching on. I wonder, like, from the hammer player's perspective, should you even bring in your Manalik. It's like it's given that Titan is the 4 cavern deck, so kinda incidentally it's gonna work when they like need to go fast. You don't have time to fuck around and find the cavern. But there's a pretty huge risk of your card just not working. So I think it's an interesting question. Isn't Hammer the only time when like Ethergas would be potentially decent? What? You mean in Hammer, out of Hammer? Pretty crazy that the Hammer that kept a non-creature hand. Well, they had Inkmoth and Sigarda's Aid, so not far away from killing me. Watch them top deck a Hammer anyways, like who cares, right? I'm just gonna deal 11 poison. Get 2 more draws. Dryad is not a Dryad. Nymph Dryad. It actually is a Dryad. The reason why you are confused about it is because you're playing Paper Magic. Well, the printed version of the card does not have the typing. So they errated it because they thought about it and they realized that a Dryad that is not a Dryad is pretty stupid. This one is a Nymph Dryad already. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on turn 5 Colossus. Oh. Why do I need to put back 2 cards? It's so bad. So rough. I save Saga to play turn 4 Titan, but this as a 6 card hand with the extra Dryad would be so much better. Having this be a move to 5 really a costly to move away that second card. You're going to kill my Urza Saga again. Bros, don't do that. Name Sandware Battlements? It's like the worst name you could go with. Did I misclick? Misclick what? Come on, bro. What the fuck? Why you have it? What was the result of the NBL tournament? It hasn't happened yet, so there wasn't a result. You can join it. I really wish I had County Garden, those games like this. Alright, I really wish I had anything ever. The hammer matchup feels bad, ... I don't even think it is. It does. But I will add a Force of Vigor instead of Kura. Instead of the fair dismember. 3-2 deck in my opinion. Turn the earth based. It's the best in slot. Graveyard Hate against Living End, yes. If you want to join the NBL tournament, bros, Nubek and everybody else would be interested in that, go visit the Discord and enroll, please. Been boarding out some Murzas and pacts against Hammer because of Lavinia / March. Don't like that strat because speed is important. It's like what you like board out, board in instead. Cards that are not really all that good. What made you decide for a full NBL tournament versus decks with a single unbanned card? People asked, and by people I mean Da Vinci MTG and some others, but mostly Da Vinci MTG. Also, I don't know, a tournament with like a single unbanned card sounds a bit lame. You need some villains, and like it's kind of boring to like play as Amulet in a deck in a tournament where Gitax and Probe is like being unbanned, right? Otherwise, you just play mono mirrors. NGL tournament, yeah. But yeah, I think my Hammer opponents got extremely lucky, but also March on Saga kinda rude. They don't know that card is kinda bad and they shouldn't play it. Hey Canister, what do I think of 1 to 2 invasive surgery in Murktide sideboard? Not as a replacement for Fluster, but as an addition for Cascade / creativity matchups. I'll just play third Fluster. The upsides of Flusters are greater than the like narrowness. And the upside of extracting is like it's sometimes gonna happen, but it's kinda random. So we got a 5-0 and a 3-2 today. But with the vigor here, the list is optimal. The last time I played Blue-White Hammer, I was really thinking White-Black would be better, and Thoughtseize just did so much more what I wanted. The main draw to blue to me is the reality chip, but it wasn't great for me at all. And clogged up my hand a couple of times. White-Black also has a better mana base. What do you think of this logic? If you're not drawn into the chip and you think you like Thoughtseize more than LPS, and it makes great sense to play White-Black over Blue-Black. Main draw of Blue-White, in my opinion, is the Fairy. Well, most people don't do that. Do I have a sideboard guide for the Blue-Red Mertide list I've been playing? I don't. But most people don't play the Fairy, so it's kind of a... like, sure. Why the change from 1-3 Kratos to 0-4? I wanted more ramp spells, so put the Kratoses in the sideboard where they belong. We do lose Lavinia, but, well, Lavinia is fine, but kinda minor, I would say. If you think Lavinia is not minor and is hyper important, then sure. Right, bros, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you for spending those 5 hours of amuleting with me. Today is Thursday, right? So tomorrow is Friday. So I'm gonna play against... I will work on the guide today. Hopefully I will finish it, at least most of it. So you will see me do that hopefully tomorrow morning. Take care and stay hydrated. I will send you over to Yellow Hat, playing some fun things. Stay hydrated.